Hello. Alright, let's get to work. We are doing water. They call me Mr. Water. Little Lullaby, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome to the cool club. Warrowin, hello. Salix, how's it going? It's a different crowd tonight. Alrighty. So, what I was doing, for those of you that are joining, I'm doing some water stuff, right? But I'm currently... I'm currently tweaking it. Yeah, that's it. I'm tweaking it. We're in a tweaking mood. So this is just all water on the surface water flow. But I'm just, I don't know, I'm trying to think what... Let's go through our parameters again. So we have the docket. And let me get the render targets up. Or the render target. Water... Vela sheet. Alrighty. And that has the flow. So I'm just thinking, like, I might... Got a quite specific question. Anyone in the chat? Is there any way for someone with little programming experience to create a moving landscape? Idea was making sand dunes move in real time, very slowly, but the landscape still uses that brush, which doesn't apply in real time. Fantastic question. Absolutely fantastic question. That's actually something that I'm planning on implementing in my project. There's a couple of ways you could do it. I think for something solid, like a landscape. So one method you could use is doing a kind of custom collision system, which would probably be a big pain in the ass. But it would work similar to like a buoyancy system, where you do your sand dunes moving in the shader, and then you kind of reflect that on the CPU side of things. But that would require some, like, you know, programming know-how. What I would recommend is to actually do all of your sand dunes as meshes. And actually move the meshes around. So, presuming that the sand dunes are always gonna go, you know, in, like, one direction. You could make each sand dune a different mesh and have them all move towards, you know, a point or in a direction. And then as they reach the end of that direction, you could, like, fade them down. So here's, like, the landscape floor. The green. And then you could, like... you could lower them down as they approach their end point. Until they're, you know... they disappear under the landscape. That way you can kind of you could get this one once it reaches the end and it goes down. It then appears over here and starts to rise up again, and you know what I mean? So that would be my recommendation. The reason being, the main reason being, when they create very rough edges where they overlap. So that is a good point. But you could texture them using triplanar mapping. Or not even triplanar, you could probably just do an overhead projected texture. So if you look at this, right, all this stuff that I've got here, and you look at this, like, midpoint, or, you know, where this plane intersects with this guy, like this, and I'll spin him around a tiny bit. So that here, okay. So you can see this tile, or this seam right here. What you can do is, instead of using the UV coordinates of the mesh itself, you can use the world coordinates as its UV. So that would just mean going to where the text coords are being sampled, then do world position, XY, divide by however big the tiles need to be, go 1,000, and then just use that instead. And that will mean that all of the textures will line up, you know, regardless of if the meshes are, like, overlapping. So this will always have, and obviously the seam looks really ugly. There's ways to hide that. But, you know, the texture would look fine. But yeah, for the intermesh seams, you could use, I don't know if this still really works or not, but you can use, you wouldn't be able to use distance fields. Maybe you can, actually. With planes or with hollow things, potentially. Let me have a look. I don't think this will work. Nah. Because they're sampling their own ones. Maybe I could do like an offset of like 5 units for a... Yeah, the seam of the mesh, gotcha. No, that wouldn't work either. Oh, distance. No, that wouldn't do anything either. Yeah, the other thing you could do is, potentially, maybe, pixel depth offset. No, that wouldn't work. No. Pixel depth offset. If I dither you, and I think it's like, I forget what the actual method is, but is it negative or something? I don't know if that would actually work, but let's see. No, not quite. There might be ways to do it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh! No. I have it. Okay, I have an idea. It would require that all of the sand dunes because like sand dunes never kind of like overlap with each other like this, right? They'll kind of overlap at the sides and usually like, you know, at the bottoms here. So this might overlap this guy slightly. And you'd get a bit of a seam here. What you could do is below a certain point on the mesh, you could just force all the normals to point upwards. So like, for example, if I forced all of these normals to point upwards, then you can barely see the seam, right? Because the lighting is incorrect now, but you know what I mean? So if you could say, you know, at the bottom, so you could say, you could even use bounding box UVs, I guess. Bounding box based UV B channel. So this is from 0 to 1. Then you could remap that to the bottom quarter. Like this. Right, bounding box UV is not going to work. It's a bad example mesh because they're just flat planes. Yeah, essentially you'd use a Z mask and you would force the normals to point upwards. Which you could do by getting the normals. So the current normals, you could then transform from tangent to world space. And then put them back into here? Or would it be world space to tangent space? No, because it's tangent space currently. Take it into world space. Let me try this out real quick. So that's regular. Then we're saying tangent space to world space. But that doesn't... No, that's not... You know. What's the... I forget the... way to make it. Is it just world to tangent? That's it. Okay, okay. So yeah, what you would do is you'd have a mask. I'm just going to use let me just grab a shape, a cube. I'll get like a cliff or something. Rock formation. That's very big. Maybe not. What's something I could kind of use as a sand dune? I think cliff might be the way. Just one of the classic cliffs. Yeah, cool. No, give me that one and apply it to this guy. Okay. That's terrifying. But let's just imagine this is a sand dune. And there's one next to it. And, you know, we want to not be able to see the seams and whatnot. So we can do bounding box based UV. I don't know if that is... Oh, it's not local space. Right, we could do... I just have an easy height mask. That's in local Z, though. Alright. Pivot point. Then we would do world position Z. Mask. The Z. We get this, subtract that. Yo, Kerry Chronic, how's it going? Welcome. Yo, Benny. Long time no see. Currently just doing a little demo for someone on how they could do some, like, moving sand dunes. Okay, that might be good enough. Yeah, the stream's going quite well. I'll show you what we've been up to shortly. I just want to really quickly unfrick this. We'll go like, I don't know, 75 here. So yeah, Lullaby, you could presume that, let's say this is, you know, the point where, at the bottom of the sand dunes, where they're likely to be clipping into each other. Like this. So what you could do is, let me just put the regular color back in. So, normally, haha, funny pun, you're gonna get this, yeah, this seam, which kind of looks ugly. But what you could do is... Sorry, you would get this seam, which is, like, really hard. So what you could do is transform world space to tangent space and do a lerp using this mask, which is just, you know... Oh, not this one, sorry. This one here. Which is just getting, you know, the bottom of... You could even use vertex paint for it, honestly. You could just vertex paint, you know, the parts of the dunes that are going to be overlapping. Oh, you know what you could do as well? If you've got a landscape underneath your sand dunes, and you're drawing to a height RVT, you could use that as the driver for the blending. Yeah, that would actually be probably a lot more stable. But yeah, so we do this, then we're going to lerp between that guy and this guy, and then that will be our normals. And that will keep the normals normal. That's the wrong way around. I'll just swap them like this. It'll keep the normals regular everywhere, except in these areas where it will force the normals to be facing upward. And so that, combined with using, you know, a world space projected texture, you can barely see a seam here. So before, looks like shit, but then after, they blend together well enough. But yeah, instead of doing this, you could use runtime virtual texture sample. You could grab your landscape height, world height as this guy. I think these draw to the world height, potentially, maybe. Let me just finish this little example for you. Maybe they don't, actually. I think here does. Oh, fuck it, yeah, whatever. Jump in here. Is that doing it? Land interaction height. This draws to none. Huh. That one does, though. Move over here. Is it not working? I don't know. Anyway, you can look like blah, 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 blah. Look up a RVT blending. Actually, you can look up my runtime virtual texture video, and in there, you know, tells you all about RVTs, how to set them up and whatnot. And then you can use that as a mask. So when something is close to the landscape, make its normals face up. Yeah. I would use the render target cubes then. No. VRTs are volumetric render target. RVT is runtime virtual texture. Yeah. Let me show you what I was working on just earlier for those of you that have just joined. I'm currently working on a really, I do a lot of silly systems and whatnot, but currently I'm working on a surface flow compute shader for when it's raining, and also when there is water and puddles and stuff, and you like move around and you can kick the water around and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I've been up to. I've made it not look, it doesn't look that good right now. I've intentionally made it really like contrasty, just so I can see what's actually happening with it, because this isn't really good to go off. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. It does look very goopy at the moment, yeah. Usually, let me just zhuzh this down. So the aim is for it to almost act like an extension of the water. So like, you know, you can shoot, or not shoot this water, but you splash around in this water, and it should continue the water surface simulation, but then it's in the material over here, instead of actually being a mesh. Which means that, yeah, it's all kind of connected and integrated and whatnot. So you can see this water here, which is two-dimensional, flows down. I'm simulating it as though it's raining right now. So it will flow down here, and then it will end up in, well, an actual water body, doing its water stuff. So that's sort of what I'm doing at the moment. But it's kind of difficult because reasons, I guess. So what are you using all three channels for display, or does each channel have its own purpose? So the R and the G are the velocities. So the water velocity. So if I... Here. So this is like an incompressible fluid sim. It's like basic fluidy stuff, where you use the velocity to move the velocity around. Then the B channel is a foam mask, which I haven't put in the shader just for debugging purposes. But yeah, when velocity draws to foam, and then the foam advects, you know, how it does. The alpha channel is the flow mask. So this is like where water is. So it's always white here. But then we can advect the water flow out onto, you know, over here. And so then the velocities can continue to, you know, affect it and whatnot. And then there's another render target. I really need to fix the controls on that thing. There's one more render target here for the water, which is just the normals of the water. So the normals are generated using... There's like this ripple height map. You can kind of see here. And we just do up, down, left, right, you know, just standard normal kernel. But then we also draw the... So, because it's like using incompressible fluid calculation, we calculate the positive and negative pressure, or the convergence and divergence, and then turn that into a gradient that then becomes velocity. So, but we can also double that up by drawing the positive and negative pressure to the height. So that's why when I like do this, you can see there's like a little wave in front. But then we can also use the gradient as normals as well. And then also, on top of that, we use the flow, the flow from here, this, and we generate a normal from that as well. And so we end up with, you know, so red green with certain switches. That's just the velocities. I'm just printing the color of the velocity in the surface water at the moment. That's why it's all dark and mucky. So yeah. Red means red direction. G means G direction. Black means negative both directions. Yellow means positive both directions. Yeah. Yeah, just for debugging. Yeah. And yeah, definitely not visible in the final game. Unless that's what people want to use it for. Because this is all part of the Prismatiscape plugin. Which I don't want to spend too much time faffing about. But it does like foliage, interaction, and foliage, surface, more foliage, and water. And currently working on a big water update. Because people like water. People like water. And water is just really annoying to get working. So, yeah. Them Gersnoids, that's right. Sorry, let me see your post, comment earlier. I totally missed it. Do you ever put up a video about using 3D render targets, RT cubes, and how to paint data to retrieve data from them? Looking for the purpose of storing 3D data pertaining to world chunks. R, temperature, G, fertility, B, precipitation, A, altitude. A logic-based system of biome region determination, but I cannot figure out how to use the RT cubes. Gotcha. Is there a reason that you need to use a cube for it? Do you have, like, caves or, like... Because if you can do it in 2D, just like projected, then that would probably be a lot easier. Yep. Canvas under, yeah. And you might have like floating islands and stuff as well. Is it procedural? Are they procedural terrain and whatnot? Or do you just want to be able to, like, Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Because it's really hard to just, like, draw to one. Or, like, you know, if I wanted to paint blue over here, I mean, it's probably something you'd want to do in some other program. And yeah, like Marcus said, you could do multiple, like, have an overworld, an underworld, and a skyworld version. Here's what you could do. You could do a version of each of them, then combine, or like just stack them into a 3D render target, like a 3-layered, 3-layered thing with the stuff. All right, one thing I want to do is I desperately want to water flow in alpha, and then water wetness I want to put in the alpha of the original dude. And then I also want, oh, you know, I can do this. Just use 2D render target arrays, have each RTB its own altitude layer. Yeah, you could do that. It would essentially be the same with a 3D render target. And possibly even cheaper to use a volumetric render target. But the volumetric render target will blend between the layers. That's kind of the difference between an array and a volumetric. Because an array is just like, it uses like a switch logic, I'm pretty sure, where you can only have this one or this one, whereas a volumetric can be like any blend between the bottom one and the middle one, and then the middle one and the top one. That looks wet. Look quite wet now. VLTs, you say to be like 3D raster cubes. I don't know about 3D raster cubes. It's essentially think I explained it in another stream one time, but imagine you've got like a volume, which is your volumetric texture, and then you've got, you know, a sphere or something inside, or a person, or just some model inside that cube. It's like, yeah, XYZ equals pixel value. Yeah. So, like, the surface of this ball, this sphere, you know, within the volume, it'll be the color. So if you move something through it, it kind of looks like it's, like, morphing and all that kind of stuff. One of those used to access that data though. You just do it as a regular texture sample. Let me get like a what is it? Not Voronoi. You know, I'll just go volumetric. Where the fuck are the volumes? Here we go, Pearl and Wally. So if I let me quit out real quick, and I'll put down some mesh, something a bit more complex. Cliff always goes back to the cliffs. So we have this guy. I will give him a texture. Sorry, material. We go into here. We'd have texture. The Wally. Pardon me. RGB. And so instead of UV, you need to input UVW. So, you would, yeah, I guess we could use bounding box. Oh, no, you know what? Fuck bounding box. Let's use world position. World position divided by 500. Chuck that in. It is dumb. It is, well, it's dumb, but it's also not dumb. Yeah, so now we've got this, and because it's world space. So you can see, like, as I move it in this direction, it doesn't change here. But as I move it this direction, you know, like it's moving through this volumetric pattern. So what you would do in your case for the biomes and whatnot, and all that data, you would, whatever your world bounds is, you'd figure that out, and you'd map 0 to 1 for your world bounds, and sample your volumetric render target. Gotcha. Yeah, I looked for it myself. I was like, oh, volumetric texture. I think it was only when I looked in one of the it was in something. One of the content examples. And I looked and I'm like, oh wait, that's a volumetric texture, just in a regular texture sample. Yeah, not texture arrays. Yeah, we're doing volumetrics. The only problem is I mean, you can use derived normals, which are a bit pixelated, but, you know. VRT. Yeah. I don't have a tutorial on them yet, but I do really want to make one. Because, yeah, they're, like, super duper handy. Redonkulously handy. Yeah, so that's our lesson for the day. Now I need to try and I hate water. I hate the water. Apparently VRTs from 3 2D noises. I don't think so. Maybe you could. Yeah, I don't know. There might be a program that can, like, if you have like a triplanar texture and you then multiply them all over one another for each pixel position, or add them together each pixel position, but I don't know, it might be a bit weird. Alright, our water surface flow thinger. Let's see how it's going. Also, Jed, why are you awake? Isn't it like 5 AM for you? What are you doing? What are you doing? You silly duffer. Alright, that looks wet. That looks quite wet. Maybe I should make it look less dumb now. Now that I kind of know what the velocities are doing. I was also thinking maybe I should add the, I don't know. Land ain't gonna paint itself. True. Certainly not. Yeah, I had a thought earlier. What if I got the flow? And generated normals from the flow. And then added that as velocity. Because that would then, as bits pool up, they would then want to spread out more. So it would be like self-correcting. And less stupid. I think that's what I want to do, actually. Because I don't know, it was working well last night when I was using the normals. And it was like super duper, I don't know, normally. Super strong and whatever. But then, like, I changed some of it around and whatnot, and, like, now this just, I don't know. Well, this isn't even getting water on it. From the rain, I mean. But yeah, I think I've got all the tools to be able to make this work. Maybe. Oh, that wasn't going in. Oh no, that, yeah. What? Right, they're just over there, and that doesn't have it. I see. Okay. Right, so this is like a 30-degree slope. But yeah, this okay, yeah. I've decided. So I don't want to clamp flow anymore. I do not. But then as flow increases, so that gets maxed over water surface. Cool. Differentiate the use of sending variables into material parameters, right? Material functions, sending variables into material parameters. I'm not sure I follow. A material function is one of these blue nodes. It's just like a collapsed, you know, bit of chunk of stuff. So I've got one here that adds normals together cheaply. But if you want to... I think maybe you're talking about material parameter collections? Potentially? Maybe? Go from the BP. Want to get the XYZ, the VRT. Okay, so... Right, you also want the data to be accessible in gameplay. Or do you mean to... So that everything knows... Oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah. So that everything knows where the texture is? Well, for where everything... Like, for example, here, I've got my sample UVs for the water stuff, which I give the location and the size and do some math. And they're coming from a material parameter collection, which everything can access globally, and when you change it, you know, wherever, everything can just get it. Although, if you know the bounds of your world in advance, you could just make, a material function with the values hard-coded. So you know, like, the bottom left corner is coordinate -2,500,000, -1,500,000, and the size of the world is 3 million by 3 million. And you could then just have that, you know, hard-coded values there. And then just be like, oh yeah, sample... I mean, you could even write a function that samples the texture for you. So then it would just be like, if you wanted to sample your world data, you'd just be like, you know, sample world data, and it would just spit out the values for you. Yeah. Yeah, so you'd want to be moving it around with these guys. But yeah, as for accessing that data at runtime for like, the temperature of this area is XYZ. I would recommend not doing that straight from the render target, because that's pretty, like, you know, you don't really want to read back from the GPU. But you could pre-compute an array, like a lookup table of all the values. But, yeah. 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 Unless you wanted all those values to change over time. I don't know. It's, there's heaps of things to consider. Generating the... Okay, yeah. So in that case, it might be fine to, yeah, look it up from the lookup table. This is damping really hard, is it? That's not normal. Ah, there's a gap. I see. Alright. They call me Mr. Water. They call me the Waterman. They call me Waterboy. Yeah, I know how you feel. Oh, that's because I'm not capping the flow anymore. Yeah, silly me. Okay. Yeah, that's probably a problem. Because then it's just going to build up infinitely in some spots. So yeah, I think converting that into velocity is actually a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit crazy. So down here, I'm getting water flow and kernelizing it. Let me just yote that all. Because, I mean, we may as well. So I guess I'd call it water flow gradient. Although, should I just add water flow to the pressure during the... No, I guess it's a separate thing. Divergence calculator, pressure solver. I don't think I need to... Well... No, but I only want it to do an outward. There's no negative pressure in this, so... Projection... Oh, this just does it raw dogged. True, it doesn't do it in its own stage. So I can just fucking yeet this bad boy into here. Oh, fuck you. Alright, let's double kernel. So this is water flow. And then we're going to get the water flow gradient from here. So then this guy... So water flow is like an absolute value. This is ugly as fuck. Why am I doing this in here? Such a fucking mess. I'm such a grub. I'm so grubby. Why? Why not just get it later? Shit. Ah, fucking hell. Alright, this is getting delta time dissipation multiplier. So this is dissipating the velocity. This is water flow. Water flow times 100 plus water surface. Do this. This is supposed to be damping the velocity where there isn't water. You know, I'll do that in a different place anyway. Like, why? I mean, I get it, but this is the wrong place for it. You know, I might even also just take this out. Velocity, pressure. Yeah, this isn't the place to be doing the water height stuff. Alright, so we have this. We then have this guy, which is our water flow gradient, which I guess should also be that and... Well, yeah, I guess just the same values, right? Divided by this. Then that gets multiplied by delta time. Up here, which I guess this also should. So why do I not combine these together? Well, that then gets dissipated. That's our like final added velocity or corrective velocity. Let me move that down. Multiplied by delta time can happen to both of them. So you're going to happen right here. So then we just need a... like, whatever this guy is. The flow. That will just need its own multiplier. Then added... Well, there's also... So you need to go into here. We're going to call this water flow gradient. Which is also going to go into the normal maps. Then we're going to add these together. Then we're going to yeet them into where the fuck are they? Into here. Add them together. Here. Delta time. No. Yeah. No. Add them together. Delta time. Add that to the previous velocity. Cool. Let's tidy it up. Move you guys out here. I'll move you down a bit. So that's then our dissipation here. Which dissipates the total velocity, total final. Total final V2. And this is just storing these for use in the normals later. I mean, I could even add them so I don't have to do both of them. Would save a bit of memory, but whatever. Who cares? Alright, so that's our flow. Let's just see how broken this is. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep, yep. Yep, yep, okay, okay. Maybe it needs more. Oh, maybe it's actually the wrong way around. Maybe that's like converging it. I don't know. What if that was negative? Negative 10? No, it's quite angry. Positive 10? Okay, what if I clamped it to a not crazy level? Manage water flow, global rain and runoff. Let's just clamp it to be safe. And that gets maxed against the water surface. Is that going to create... I could mask it by the water surface, like permanent water surface. Perma water. That was 0, and this could just build up infinitely. Would it build up infinitely, I wonder? Right, I guess it's not converging at all, because we're not adding any pressure to the dude. Whereas now it should build up here. And dissipate from where it's moving outwards. And then that should form a gradient, which then, you know, yeets out. Although, you know what? I probably want to... I probably want to do it only above some value. So, like, only above 1. Only when it's overflowing. Right. Max that at 0. That looks like it's maybe flowing over. Let me just like pump this shit up big time. 100. And then we'll do that as well. Right, so it's building up in the cracks. Yeah, and it's definitely dissipating, maybe? Yeah. Okay, we're getting feedbacks. So why does that feedback to infinity, I wonder? And why is that not adding a billion velocity, you know? Is it supposed to be negative? Don't know. No, I think that's definitely... Add 1,000 force to it. Added to the gradient. That's new velocity, yeah. Did you discover fire yet? Not yet, sorry. Not quite yet. Okay, that's definitely moving outwards, which is great. And again, it should only be when water exceeds... Okay, it's definitely... it's definitely going outwards. So it might just be that this creates a feedback loop. Because I'm adding pressure. I don't know. Let me just clamp this down. Clamp it at like maybe 100. That's supposed to be like a meter of water, which is a bit silly, but okay. We have an explosion here. It's definitely moving outwards. That's great. Yeah, there's definitely like some massaging that needs to happen. Like, what's happening is that it's building up, which is good, and then it should create, yeah, like an out... yeah, you can see it kind of exploding out here. Which is fine, like, that's kind of, yeah, like what I want it to do. But I only want it to be enough to counteract the... Wait, did I clamp that at 10 or 100? It's at 10, yeah. And so that's now, like, pooling outwards from where it's converging. But yeah, I just want it to be enough to counteract some stuff. Yeah, I think I did have a... Oh, no, 100 still exploded. But this is just a bit better now. Okay, so it is working, but I just want it to maybe not be so fucked up. That's very strong. It just needs to be enough to, like, kind of overcome the inward force, like, just to balance it out. Just so it can still... Yeah, I don't know. Like, in an actual water height simulation, we would do the water height. Like, you know, we'd calculate the height of the obstacles and stuff every frame, and then calculate the difference in the height of the obstacles and stuff each frame. But we would add the water height itself, so that then the water would actually build up height and eventually overflow the obstacles. But in this case, because I just want to keep it super simple and cheap, maybe not cheap, maybe it's not cheap at all, but I don't know. I'm too dumb for this shit. Maybe I should just clamp it at 2 or something lower so it doesn't do that weird normal shit. Also, that I just want to saturate here as wetness. Also, keep in mind, this is a completely flat surface. As in, like, you know, geometry-wise. But obviously, like, yeah, it needs to work. It's never going to reach a stable point, though, because... But I also don't want to compute the normals every single frame, or every single update. You know what I could do, actually, is... in Manage Water Flow, where I'm adding the velocity, maybe I could do it so that when the water is over 1, so flow value here, this would have to get done earlier. Well, it is getting done earlier. What do you think about the new volumetric cloud material? I haven't looked at it. Is that like a new 5.6? Whatchamacallit? Example thinger? It's probably quite cool, but I probably won't use it because my game's a top-down game. 5.5 thing. Gotcha. Ah, right. Volumetric Cloud Actor. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. Yeah, I think what I want to do is, if it's overflowing, I want it to no longer lerp towards a target velocity. Because if I'm not doing any lerping towards target velocity and I just let the gravity do its thing, like that, this will probably sort itself out. Well, that's getting a bit fucked up, but... Okay, not quite. Projection. Let's go up to 10,000 again. Okay, heterogeneous volumes. No, but I do want to look at them at some point. Okay, that's a bit better. That kind of looks like it's... I mean, obviously over here is a big fuckfest, but... And now this is just going giga fast, because this guy's... Now it has no damping, so it's just going giga fast. But yeah, I think therefore I am. No, I think we damp, but then we get the water flow post this. So you will get computed. So that's water flow, add our global amount, multiplied by delta time. Regret not making top down. It's so good. You can do so much bullshit. And just be like, oh yeah, LODs. Pfft. LODs nuts. I mean, obviously you still want LEDs, but it's an exaggeration. What the hell's a hierarchical instant static mesh? It sounds cringe. Right, so I want to saturate 1 minus. Well, no, yeah, I want to get this. I want to subtract 1. So that if it's overflowing, then I could do it towards. No. If it's, oh no, but that's gonna. Oh, let's see. Oops, sorry, chicken. You're a funny girl. Let's see. This is the new flow value. That's the wetness. New water flow, we add surface back into it. Water flow wetness, that's cool. New velocity, do some shit. Blah, 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 blah. That's okay. Very weird, just chilling there. So I want to... When the flow is greater than 1, so when we're overflowing, I want to stop lerping to target speed and just apply this. So it would be this, right? Once that's at 0, we want to stop doing that. So we want to get minus this. I guess I can do it from 2 or from 1 to 2 and then above. Then 1 minus that. So it's going from 1 down to 0. Put that in there. Okay, so now we're not going to get forced speed when it's overflowing. Which might help this be a bit more stable. It's kind of having the opposite effect. Which makes sense. I mean, that should be lower anyway here. I don't want to not apply velocity to it. I think I do just need to rely on some kind of inflow, outflow. No, not even inflow, outflow, just... Yeah, like the thing is that this is supposed to just be like little baby bits of water, you know? Now we get the feedback loop of, yeah, this shit. This is so much tweaking. Fuck. And now it's doing waves. I think the waves are happening because of this, though. No? Why here? Oh, is that because of this? Yeah, true. Oh, because they're converging and then doing some whack shit. Oh, fuck. Could also just be that there's too much rain, you know? Question mark. Could also be that I'm just looking into it too much and that I just need to fucking move on, you know? Just kidding. Wait, was that 0.05 or 0.5? Or 0. You know, it was 0.5. I think 0.5 is good. Let's go with 0.5. That's enough for it to like converge and diverge and pool and then unpool and be cool and cooly dooly. The only thing about this is that now the water never fucks off. If I just clamp it at 1, I'm pretty sure eventually it dissipates. Like here, and just kind of chills in the cracks. Yeah. Because it's never like spreading out. There's like some loss somewhere. Maybe we cap it at 2. So that, yeah, it can pool very slightly and overflow. But not too much. Not too much. That's behaving quite nicely. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Let me also just get this fella from under here again. Now, keep in mind, these are just completely flat things. Whereas terrain is usually a lot more, you know, fucky. So, probably worth experimenting with some more bullshit going on, you know? Oh, look, it's just fucking doing it. Just fuck it on. Fuck it on. And this is with pretty heavy rain. And it is respecting the normals. This is just disappearing somewhere, but I just don't give a fuck. That looks a bit funny, but whatever. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, character. I think with like the water rain runoff idea, I need to do something about the boundary. I think I'll maybe use the strength of the normals to spawn in some like starter amount of fluid, but it'll be faded out in the shader. Yeah, something like that. It's kind of like a bit too... What happens if I clamp it back to 1 again? Because now it will never overflow. I mean, it looks a lot better, honestly. It looks like more how I imagine it looking, or wanting it to look. I could let it go to 1.1 or something. Maybe then it can still explode outwards a bit. When it pulls into some area. Alright, let me just get this normal map and just chill it out a tiny bit. The fuck? Oh, no, I meant divide by 2, you dick brain. You flipping idiot. Cool. Now, one thing I want to do, which... I don't know if it's the biggest deal, but you can see that there's still velocity over here. We're not actually, like, limiting the velocity by the flow. So I might start to damp that down a bit. We're gonna add water, apply water surface. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is the permanent puddles and stuff, right? Need to factor puddles back into this thing. Oh, so I need to wee. I'll be right back. There's going to be an ad in a sec anyway. All right, we're back. We are back. We are so back, as they would say. Thanks for that diaper. Nice. Targeted ads, you know? How you doing, Bri? Working while watching you do some stuff that breaks my self-esteem. Sag. Okay, let's see. Where's my normals? Okay, where's my fucking... Is that just in here that it's not happy? This is the water RT. That goes into here. Add normals. Let me just like beef this shit up. Okay, yeah, that does. Not very contrasty, is it? Oh, I guess because there's no contrast would be the thing. Because the flow is just... Maybe I do want to contrast it. So that would be... Not like contrasty Oh, no, but I'd need to... Yeah, no. But then I also... While I'm doing that here... That's the flow. Oh, that then gets contrast and does this thing. So let's just... Fuck that shit right off. Let's just... Let us just... Maybe that's like even giga. Oh, yeah, fuck you. Into there. Cool. So this is with no... No, that's with contrast. And what's this guy? This is the wetness mask, which is still fine. Fine how it is. Alright, so without any contrast, it's very... Yeah, it's like faded and just kind of weird. I think I want to do... Where do I want to do it, though? I mean, like, yeah, if I do it right here... In this guy... Like a hard contrast. That's not the right texture, you dickbag. Okay, maybe that's fine, because then, yeah, we still get the normals here, but it doesn't kind of scoot in to the thingo. Maybe I want to... So that's just saying anything over 0.5 is water. Or according to the material. Contrast of 1. There's a bit of beading happening. That's fine, actually, yeah. So then what happens to the wetness? I guess it is just this. But... Well, that means I would want to be drawing the wetness to be... No, it's not bad, actually. Also, I wonder if refraction is supposed to be added or subtracted from the texture coordinates. Although, That's supposed to be refracting it in world space. Well, it depends on what the fucking texture is, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter for most of the time. As long as it jiggles the texture underneath it, then it's fine. Alright, so then if the normals were just back to, well, normal, ha ha ha. Okay. Oh, here's what I can do. Contrast multiply. Contrast and then multiply it so we get this. Do you know what I mean? So we get the hardness of it, but then the strength of it is still actually, yeah, affected properly. Or the depth in this case. The old contrast multiply. Who would have thought? In this day and age. I'll give that one. Okay, okay. Let's move on. What the fuck am I doing? Looks decent. Looks decent. I might even get the top 10% of the wetness. So this guy. Minus 0.9. Well, no, you know, I could do that in here. Because I'm just seeing that, like, because of the way, you know, as the water moves around, it kind of looks too goopy. But what I'm thinking is maybe I could get the top, maybe even 1% of the wetness mask. And then max that over the water flow stuff. That can all fuck off now. So water flow wetness minus 0.9 times 10, or maybe not even times 10, but then max that over the water flow. So it'll almost act like a temporal blur. Where, like, the surface of the water will kind of stick around, or the visual surface of the water will stick around for a bit longer. Maybe that's not... Yeah, see what I mean? Kind of looks like it's kind of blurring behind it a bit more. Yeah, it's much better. I think even the top 1% of it might be better. Because, yeah, the wetness fades out pretty quickly. Okay, maybe not 1%. Top. What? Oh, no. What's, what number is this? I don't fucking know. Let's wait for it to do its thing. We do kind of get water out of nowhere, though, but it's, you know... God, maybe even a bit less than that. Maybe even 8, which would mean... Wait, 0.95 should be multiplied by 20, right? Not... 0.98 is multiplied by 50. You monkey boy. Change the wetness depending on the material, like sand getting drier before mud. It's kind of hard. It's doable. It's just that when you're dealing with values that are... Okay, that looks way better. Shit, yeah. When you're dealing with values that are... like, you know, we could say... Sand getting drier before mud. That sand... When sand is reading the wetness mask... So the wetness mask just gets subtracted every frame. Until it eventually reaches 0. But... So... If in the material we said, okay, get the wetness mask and divide it by 2. Or, sorry, subtract 0.5, right? And then multiply it by 2. So, it would essentially increase, like, the contrast of it. So, yeah, you can tell it, hey, I want you to fade out faster. But it also affects the contrast as well. If that makes any sense. And you can't do one without the other because... Yeah. It's just how it is. You just trust me. Trust me, bro. Yo, nice distance fields. Nice sampling distance fields in Niagara. Hell yeah. Are you missing YouTube guides? Oh, my... Hold on, let me restart my chat widget. It's not... Yeah, I just realized it's, not connected to YouTube for some reason. Sorry. Let me try fix that. Also, Krim, how's it going? I'm going quite well. Let me just see if closing and opening this will hopefully let it reconnect. You can do it, please. What do you mean stream not found? It's... Why does restream suck so much? Anything exciting? Just the same old. Just doing silly things, getting this update sorted. Sorry, let me open up the YouTube. Apologies to all the YouTubists. Let me do a big thingo. God, I haven't read it since the very start. Purple Light, hello. You make your own music, by the way? I do for the game. A lot of, like, orchestral stuff, but none of it is... We're not listening to that at the moment. We're listening to, what's it called? Old school RuneScape. And I'm also drinking coffee. I'm drinking Aldi coffee. The cheapest coffee that you can buy. Because the cheapest always tastes the best. Jerry, hello. How you doing? A weird bug in material that's using virtual textures. Sometimes meshes that use this material are showing as black. It also depends on the distance from the camera. Have you encountered this? I haven't, but it might be a texture pool issue. Dylan, hello. Looks like an oil spill. Pretty sick and pretty slick. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. How it's going. Steven, once you're done with Prismatica, we start another similar project so you can reuse as much as possible and make something completely different. I think Prismatica is one of those, like, incremental games, right? Like Terraria, you know? You can just keep adding to it and upgrading it. And I think that's what I plan on doing at some point. But the idea with Prismatica and the development process is to modularize it as much as possible and then open source or make source available the you know, a lot of the modules, almost like crowdsourcing parts of the game as well. So, you know, I give people my bullshit and maybe they decide to contribute in return. But obviously that's not like a, you know, not necessary. But yeah. So, like, I kind of want to set it up in a way where it's almost just like a world simulation, or like a world simulation engine, an engine inside the engine, which can then be used to, like, easily make, you know, there's like Prismatica, but then you could make like Prismatica with guns quite easily. Or, you know, Cybermatica. But all of the framework would be the same, and all of the AI and the decision making and all of that stuff would be, you know, almost like, think of like modded RimWorld, you know, like RimWorld's this sci-fi game, sci-fi colony builder, blah, blah, blah. But then people make like whole overhaul mods where it's like only medieval stuff. There's no sci-fi, and you can play it as like a medieval colony sim with all of the RimWorld mechanics and all of that simulated detail and whatnot. So that's kind of, yeah, like long term how I want it to sort of go. Real question is when man discovers Houdini. Never. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll go. I just need something to... I need a reason to dive into Houdini. You know what I mean? There's no real reason for me to use it at the moment. What's your sense on reverse engineering to learn materials and how they work from UE5 games, as in looking through the files? Can you do that with a compiled game? Like, is it physically possible? I'm not really sure. Why does this look so stupid? Must have been the wind. So dope. It's getting a bit fast though. How wet are we feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? I'd say about a 5 right now. You have been and still are fundamental pillar in my Unreal Engine learning journey. Now, a few years later, I'm about to release my own game. Hell yeah, Arthur. Morning, Arthur. That's awesome. That's super cool. And you know what? I'm proud of you. So keep up the good work. Imagine releasing a game. Cringe. Imagine releasing a game when instead you could just play with water simulations. I mean, this is kind of dope. Maybe I should just clamp this to 0 to 1, but then do the projection by getting water flow minus 0.9. So in the top 10th percent, we then apply more velocity. Also, imagine it's raining right now. That's the idea. It's still gonna do its thing, yeah. I wonder, maybe if I try it a bit. Top 25? You know what I just realized is that doing it like this, we're not actually gonna fucking get the normals. Because like we're only gonna get normals when it's above a certain flow amount. I mean, I guess I could just do a separate one that's just the normals. Although, let's just try -0. I just want to see if it's possible to balance out, you know, this. The pooling. Yeah, and now this is, it's not going to clump up together anymore. Which I don't like. So that just means when it's pooling, or when the flow is large, it creates an outward spread. Spread. Alright, let me catch up on the Twitch chat now. Imagine not simulating everything in your game. Yeah, exactly. Rasu, how's it going? Spaghetti's going good. How big is a grid 2D in world space? It's 40 meters. So it's like a 20-meter radius around the player. CD development, nice action game. Do you record these operations? You do. Do you have a setup? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Burak? Record these operations. Do you mean the streams of me working on it? The Niagara pins. So let's just put this one into the dude over here. Water flow gradient. And then this one goes into there. Oh, this still needs to be... Okay, hold on. Oh, no, because that one's... Does that need to be delta timed though? No, it doesn't. Although that one probably does? No, that should just be a static value. Kutipra's going down the Houdini rabbit hole. Yeah, you guys wouldn't see me for like 2 or 3 years, I think. Oh, I call it water flow normals. What am I even doing with my life? And that's also getting... Why am I so fucking dumb? Water flow normals. Water flow normals. Yeah, let's put you into this guy. Well, multiplied by some dude. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna rename this, not water flow gradient. You are now called water flow normals. Bonus or true first person asset, have progressed a lot, made a lot of blueprint, widgets, etc. Want to switch to third person without losing them. Can you describe how I can do it if you know? So you mean you wanna switch to the third person template? Like a different... You want to put assets from one project into another, essentially. Yeah, you could use the migrate function, which is really handy. Handy and dandy. I'm gonna move everything except true first person. Maybe it would be better to copy your whole project and then delete the parts that you don't want, rather than moving everything that you do want. Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe a bit less than that, maybe 5. Then this is the water height, which is the ripples. We then do your normals. Then this is the velocity pressure gradient, which gets delta timed at it. I don't know if it needs to... I can't remember. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Okay, so water is looking decent. Let's just bring up a water plane, so we can fiddle around with it. You know, I'll just make it bigger. Cool. Let me just make these a bit shorter. Can't tell where the water starts and the flow ends. It's kind of cursed. Oh, here. Okay. I mean, that's probably a good thing. Alright, let me turn off the rain. No more rain. No more rain, please. Why is this wet? What the fuck? Eh? Is that this just... Right, it's because my render target is... You know what, I don't give a fuck. That's just all... That just needs to dry out, I'm pretty sure. Water velocity RT... No, what are you? What are you coming from? Is there something underneath? Probably. Why does it start like that? I don't understand. I guess I can recompile it and it's fine. Yeah. So why is this... Oh, because that vertex color shit that I was doing... it thinks that this is lower down than that. That is an oversight. That would be getting this multiplied by 200. Right. You dumbass. Okay, let's just multiply by completely different, maybe negative 25. Because that's actually going into the world height. I just want it to be, like, subtle. There we go. Now it thinks it's the right height. Alright, I'm already in the thing. Okay, so we have some stuff. Now, what's all that coming from? Is that from... Dope. Right, I did want to... There are some bung velocity values, but I don't know if they actually matter to the simulation or not. So if I go apply water surface and fade, and here I'm saying wherever there is water flow, well, probably water flow and water surface. Water surface, water flow. This can just fuck off. Okay, let's get this again. So water surface, water flow. Let's just get them. And then multiply them by delta time. So wait, if we get water surface and water flow, they're positive values. If we multiply the inverse of that by delta time, we get a very small grey value where there isn't water. Then we 1 minus that and then multiply the velocity by that. And then this would be the strength of the damping. So we're going to decrease the velocity where there isn't water. And maybe get rid of some of these like stray velocity values that shouldn't really be there. Let's try it quicker. So yeah, that's like pretty safe there. The only problem is that it might... Yeah, it, like, limits the amount of flow because it, like, decreases the edges really quickly. But then, like, is it even a big issue? Because I can always just mask the velocity by the... Like, for the render target's sake, I can... What if I get the water flow times big value? So only where... Only where it is, like, really, really shallow do we want to start cleaning up the velocities. That's the water RT, that's the... It's not terrible. Try, like, 10? That's not bad. Like, yeah, it will add friction, but... If there was less of it, how do we look? Oh yeah, that looks nice and, like, flowy. I don't know, maybe it's not worth doing it for the velocity that much. For the ripples and stuff, I definitely want to do it. But for the velocities, I think just so it behaves a bit more dynamically, I think it's best to just kind of let the velocities go stray. So maybe do that, like, slower, but less hard. Because, yeah, that will actually matter in some thingos. Cool, cool. Okay, Lee. Okay, Lee. I wonder if this causes water outflow. It does, right, because the... Yeah, okay, that's good. Yes. Now, what's this? What are these normals from? Pardon me. I think that's because the... No, the flow is limited... Huh. No, what is it from? Let me check the normals. That's where we are now. Because the height shit? It's kind of cursed. Is that just because of the flow normals being too strong. Yeah, okay. Which is fine. I don't mind a bit of it over... No, well... Because yeah, if we actually look at the flow... Down here... Oh wait, well then where's the water surface? That's this guy. How are we losing flow here as well? That's supposed to get maxed over it. There should never be any... Like, in here, there should never be any flow loss. Derive water flow. Wait, why do I get... Oh, the water flow normals. Right. That's like the landscape normals and the distance field normals. I might call this derive water flow surface. Cool. I wasn't even fucking doing water vorticity confinement. And where's my details panel? What the fuck? No, wait. No. Yeah, no. Where's the shit? Window. Fucking. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. It's funny. Right, we have vorticity confinement again now. How's that going to affect everything? That makes our water way more swirly. Like this. But how's that going to affect surface flow? I wonder. I mean, it would definitely look more dynamic, which is cool. It shouldn't really do much. So yeah, what the fuck is happening here? Like... That's over here, because... At the boundary, we're getting some weird shit. Okay, dope. Is that from vorticity confinement? No. So it's happening either way. I think that's because of the inflow, outflow bullshit, where I'm damping. So if water comes into the water, I want it to dampen. So like, for example, if I grab this and I let it do its thing into this guy. Yeah, I don't want it to like... Don't want it to thingamajig. So that looks fine. I mean, there's always going to be, even in like any kind of fucking water body, there's always going to be a little bit of fuckery going on at the edges. Right? Like, who cares? As long as it doesn't feedback super hard. Yeah, so that's inflowing. So was that in manage water flow? That was this. Where, yes, if it's... so fucking scuffed ass. Let me just grab another getter. Let me get a David getter. Give me the delta time and the water flow normals. I forgot that they were balanced. Oh, fuck my life. It's gonna make it go even faster now. You know what? I don't mind it. Where's that coming from? Is that my fault? Probably, yeah. Anyway, back to fucking work. Let's fuck that off. Let's get this guy. So that's the... Oh, fuggle. So that's the flow surface. No, what? Yeah, fuck. Let me... Water flow surface. This is very important. Because I named the fucking other thing normals. Although I guess I was doing that later on. So it wouldn't actually matter. It just means that I'm hijacking a variable from earlier in the stack to do something, which is a bit fucked up. Let me just derive water flow surface. Water flow surface. There we go. Alright, does this all still work? It should. Yes. Water flow surface is happy. It's definitely flowing down the water flow surface. Jerry, sorry, can I explain how for loops are working in Scratchpad? Confusion with map, get a map set. Yeah, so, the way to do a loop in Niagara is... So you do the map for. Usually what I do is... So think of it like, from either the input or wherever the last set was, it will do a loop. Anything that's like executed or, you know, set within there. And so like, you know, for example, what I'm doing is getting each interaction shape and whatever, then have a local variable called, you know, deform input or water input or whatever. Add this one to the buffer, and then set it, and then it will do another loop, do the thing, get this one, add it to its thing. Then, after the map for, I then get the local ones, and set them as the actual, like, final values. So anything left of the for loop gets looped. And, you know, you got the iteration count, blah, blah, blah. Usually what you'll be doing is getting the length of an array. So length of our array of inputs. And then that is the iteration count. And then you can use the current iteration index to, you know, get from the array. So get 0, 1, 2, and 3, and blah, blah, blah. There is another, there's another thing worth noting. You can set an iteration number in here. So number of iterations 4. The benefit of doing it here is that after each iteration, it will cache the values. So then you can then iterate over the previous value and do that 4 times. Whereas if I did a for loop 4 times in here, the get previous float value in Niagara Grid 2D gets it from the previous stage where it was cached. I'm pretty sure the compiler looks at any of these functions being used. If they are, when we start this stage, we're going to make a copy of this, or, you know, we're going to flip this variable. I think it does a flip-flop between 2 copies of it, the cache or the A and the B. And yeah, it will then know to cache it. And so it can do that for each iteration, you know, cache the variable and then operate on it again. Whereas doing it in a for loop doesn't do that. So that's just a thing. That's just a thing that is a thing. Right, where are all... So that's the flow normals. Right, over the surface. And then there's the... Yeah, this bit here is a bit fucky. Well, yeah, what's that from? This bit here. Because that's not where the water starts. Now I'm even more confused. All right, what's our next step? Let's get the ripple simulation and add water velocity. So when I do add water input to water sim, I don't think I need to input the water height stuff anymore. I think I can just get water height equals... Oh, yeah, plusing 0 multiplied by the water reflectors down to 0. Cool. And that equals water height. Okay. So then I think what I want to use to drive the ripples now is the water velocity. Makes more sense. So add water velocity and blah, 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 blah. I kind of gutted this last time. So here I was getting the water velocity and the wind. And then from here. So that's just the wind length, blah, blah, blah. If I'd done this, it will explode very quickly. Because it's, yeah, feedback loop. If it was just this, maybe it would be less fucked up. But that's to do the noise. Velocity noise input. What were you doing? You were getting the wind density multiplied by delta time. Adding that to water velocity influence wave strength. Which again, I don't need that. Because we actually have a functioning velocity simulation now. Let me just redo most of this actually. Water velocity influence wave strength. Water velocity influence waves strength. This is the influence noise strength, water velocity. So we get water velocity here. Well, that needs to go down. New water velocity length. This dude here, which is coming from the wind. Let's just put U into there. Now this guy will be the dude. So we have the water velocity. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. So water velocity. So basically wherever there's... Oh no, not even the fucking water velocity. I want to use the water pressure. Float. Water velocity pressure. Which I was previously doing it somewhere else. Because I was... I don't know why the fuck I did it in a different place. I think it was in here even. Total time, velocity dissipation multiplier. Yeah, it was somewhere in there. But anyway, I want to go... No. Fuck, there's too many windows open. This guy. Add water velocity and wind to the ripple sim is what I really want it to be. So we have the new velocity, length of the new velocity. We then... No, we don't even want the fucking velocity. We want to use the pressure. So water velocity pressure multiplied by delta time. Can I just do this down this end? Okay, yeah. Get float water velocity pressure. Oh, did I not do it because I didn't want to offset water velocity pressure? That's why I was doing it later on. Fuck. Well, you know what? Either way, I don't want to be doing anything with the water velocity other than adding the wind to the velocity. Water velocity influence min. Don't care. Water velocity influence wave strength. Water velocity influence noise strength. Water wind velocity to water velocity strength. Water wind velocity to water velocity min. Those are relevant. Then this is the wind noise. So the wind creates ripples directly. Fuck, okay. So then after we do our pressure projection, do some other shit. Yeah, in here I think I should do. So that's pressure gradient. Right, water velocity pressure multiplied by delta time. I mean, it does make sense to do it here, I guess. I also want to rename water height to water ripple height. But I'm just too fucking dumb. So we want to get water velocity pressure, delta time. We want to make it, like, noisy as fuck. Then get the absolute and multiply it by that. So that it's only where there is pressure. And then add that to water height. And then you get set as the new water height. Cool bean. That's fucking terrifying. Some other value. Water velocity pressure is a... Right, it does need to be by thing. Okay, hold on. Let's divide you by this guy, because that is the water velocity pressure. Yeah, that will bring it down to a gooder value. That gets delta timed it. Shouldn't I just delta time it here? Times by delta time. No, because I want the real values for there. Well... I'm not sure, actually. Either way, we need to get this divided by this. Then... you go into here. Then you get times by delta time, and then some multiplier. This will still skits out, but... whatever. So this is like tiny little baby number. Then wherever there is velocity happening, it will draw to the water ripples like this. Probably a little bit too much. But that also means that, yeah, like where this stuff comes into here, it will make ripples. Now, why is that? Oh, that's because we've got those weird... these dudes. Maybe even... oh, maybe... okay, no, you know what? Let's do a cutoff value. So, like... minus... something. -1, saturate. And then into here. So only above a certain point will it actually do the ripples. Yeah, let's go a bit further. Why is that? Is that just because of the water coming back in? I mean, it looks... We're getting, like, plenty of ripples, you know, from the character and whatnot. Although it is a bit... You have to wait for the velocity to kick in to really get it. Pardon me. Boom, how's it going? Arclight, how's it going? Can I ask what you're learning all this for, by the way? Learning seems to take priority over trying to ship a product in a short period of time for you. Yes, good observation. I don't really care about shipping anything. I'm just on a quest to absorb all of the knowledge. They call me Knowledge Man. They don't. They don't call me Knowledge Man. Ignore that. I don't know what they call me. I think they call me Charlie sometimes. Eh? You're a funny girl. Yeah, but I... Something. What was I trying to say? Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, sorry. So, not saying learning how to make games is a bad thing. You just seem very passionate about it. I was wondering, you want to become the Unreal Engine master or something? Yeah, you know, I mean, I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. You know, like to catch them is my real test, and to train them is my cause. So yeah, you know, I will travel across the land searching far and wide. And each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Will paint flowing down a hill cause coloured foam in the water? Coloured foam in the water. You mean like white? Oh, no, you mean paint. Yeah, it could easily. You could do that. You could totally do that if that's, you know, what floats your boat. Floats your goat. Have you guys ever floated a goat? Do not recommend. Highly do not recommend. Right, these ripples, I want them to... See, they're like dying here? They're dying way too fucking soon. That's in... the... Apply water surface and fade. So this is saying don't fuck with the stuff. Oh, is that supposed to be... Delta time to did? Why is that not plugged in here? Floating bites we're doing the next one. I mean, I do need to do the buoyancy at some point. That's still not reaching the edge. We're not edging. Oh, is it because the fucky hack that I have to do for the landscape height shit? Like, if I just said... just put world position into the world height. So this will just think that everything's flat. Everything's flat Earth. We don't take the normals into account. Does that help with this reaching the edge? It does. It does. It does. It does. Fuck, okay. So that's getting the height map, doing this. Multiplying it 20, so it's 10 units up, 10 units down. You consider most of what you learn could become deprecated if a better real-time 3D rendering pipeline comes out in a few years. Pretty up to date on graphics engineering news. Looks like that might happen. I don't think there's... I think everything that I know is very, like, applicable to any thinger. Like, you know, knowing what a normal is. Like, there's always going to be normals. You know what I mean? You're always going to need to know, like, the direction of something. All of, like, the truths. The truths of rendering are always going to be relevant. So I think in that sense, definitely not. Yeah. I think the only thing that can really change in rendering would be, like, entirely AI-generated rendering. Where, you know, you're using, like, using you've got some basic props, and then you tag them. You tag them with some ID, some prompt, or whatever. Like in screen space. So they have, like, a stencil color or something, and then you tell an AI, hey, this is a chair, and here's the silhouette and, like, a basic shading of it. And here's a person, and, you know, with clothes on and whatever. And then you could... You know how people have done, like, AI-generated, like, Grand Theft Auto? So you take Grand Theft Auto 5, and then you run that through a neural net, and it, like, makes it look, you know, super realistic or whatever. I think that will definitely be something in the future, which can kind of invalidate rendering, but obviously things like, yeah, like Restyle AI, exactly. But obviously you still need the source models, you know. But again, I think it's going to be like a 50-year thing until, you know, like, rasterization changes. Like, yeah, Nanite's a cool idea. But again, it doesn't really change anything. It kind of just makes things, I don't know, more fucked. What was that doing again? Ripple puddle decay. Oh yeah, the fucking puddles. Well, now my puddles are actually... Yeah, more disk size. Precisely. But yeah, I'm not worried about, you know, things like being made obsolete, you know? I mean, I make a living doing what I do already without releasing a game. So I'm not in a mad rush. To do anything, really. There is a learning nanite with lighting will probably rain. I think in the future that. No, I haven't done nanite at all. I've never touched nanite. You mean Niagara? I think. Niagara Particles, which is just a compute shader thingo. No, I haven't used. I've turned nanite off since 5.0 because it sucks. Where was the ripple? Where is the ripples is going? Yeah, they're disappearing too quickly. Eh? Lady Cat, you're so funny. I think the ripple dissipation speed needs to chill out a bit. Oh, that's... Do you ever thought about the game idea you work on is too huge that you might spend too much time working on it and might fail hard? I have thought about it, but I don't think about it. I'm not really concerned about, you know, whether the game fails or succeeds or even gets finished. The game is the friends we made along the way. You know what I mean? Exactly. I mean, all my you know, most indie devs, their product is their game, and they finish their game, and they ship it, and they sell games and whatnot. My product is me, and the Prismatica dev experience, you know? Like the videos, and the tutorials, and the helping people out, and the answering questions. All that kind of stuff. I was confident to learn a lot about what Market is about, how to upload stuff to Steam. Yeah, I mean, everything, you know, everything has a silver lining. Hopefully. Maybe not everything, but most things have silver linings. Is that a global strength for the ripple dissipator? No, that's a global unstrength. Yeah, I need it to chill out a tiny bit. Maybe it's just that my water surface is... You know what? No, I don't give a fuck. Let's just leave that how it is. I'll probably revisit that in a bit. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, I haven't looked at the YouTube chat. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting that it's not in my widget. Am I going to Unreal Fest this year? No, I don't leave the house. Robin J, hello. Is this the knowledge man I've been hearing about? Maybe. Maybe I am the knowledge man. Do you know the knowledge man? Knowledge. Knowledge. Oh, I just right-clicked like a million times and opened up something on YouTube. Let me just get heaps of water down here. Is that making ripples or not? No, it kind of is. I want it to do more though. But then I don't want this to do it. Oh my god, fuck off. There we go. Do you manage a job alongside GameDev? Asking for a reference. I don't. This is my job. This is how I do money. Which is a blessing. I'm very #blessed. Very, very #blessed. Alright, you know, I want to manually add some ripples in here. But that means I have to do it back here. Manage water flow. Yeah, and get like the inflow shit here. Right, I was gonna... Right, I didn't end up doing this. You spazdickle, man. So this is the 2D vector, water, flow, normals. What am I going to eat for dinner tonight? Or breakfast? It's 4 a.m. 4:30 a.m. I think Lumen and Niagara are pretty new comparatively, so I don't think it's going to be outdated anytime soon. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean... If you spend all your time worrying about, you know, things becoming outdated, then you're just never going to do anything. If that's the mentality that, you know, why should I learn some skill if, you know, someone else can do it better, or if AI is going to be able to do it in, you know, a few years or whatever, then, like, why not just sit at home and watch TV for 12 hours a day and not do anything, you know? You told me better also how it works in UNL's method being used in film decades ago. Yeah, I mean, it is just... What is it, like, geometry shaders or something? Something like that. Shaders were made in the very early 2000s. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, mesh shaders, not geometry shaders. I need to pee, and I'm gonna get a snack, so I'll be right back. What happened to YouTube chat? What do you mean? I think they've just quietened down. There we go. Okay, so... yeah, so I want to add extra ripples here. So I need to know how much this was damped by. Is it damped or dampened? Who cares? Hold on, if that is shallow, yeah, that's fine. Alright, let me see what we're doing. You know what? I'm just gonna hijack this into the water flow wetness channel, which is the alpha in this guy. Oh, that's supposed to only be at the... right. Like, that's fine. I see. So that's fine. But then this will get damped, right? No, because we're... Alright, we normalize the velocity. We get the terrain normals. We do a dot. So if it is going in, then blah, 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 blah. The water surface... Yeah, have I... So when the flow matches the direction, this way, we want to do something to it. Well, yeah, then we want to damp the velocity. However, we only want to do that at the boundary between the water surface and the shit. Not over here. God forbid. So we need to chuck that in there as well. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna... I must do something else there. Let me just get... That... This thing was surface. I should be getting a Jupa. Oh, right, unless that one was, you know, that's the surface. Surface plus flow. Oh, I see what's happening here. Oh, well, no, that looks fine, I guess. Because that's our surface gradient. Which means it's going to get giga fucked because of the... Okay, no, that is correct. Okay. So this is water surface. This is the water surface. I just want to get it where the gradient is, you know, grey. Gradient. Haha. So if I do sine 2... that should just give me these bits. Yeah, right. Okay. Shut your fucking trap. So then if I get this, and I do the dot, but also multiplied by this, fuck delta time. Let's just get the dot value. No, fuck the dot value. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay, that's good. Let's just make the height map flat for now. So over here, okay, so when it's coming in, the value is white. It also depends on the... Well, okay, if I normalized the normals... then it wouldn't care about the steepness, it would just care about... yeah. Whether it does or it don't. So that's water going out. We get some values. And then water coming in is white. I think, yeah. Water going out. Some color. Going back in. I don't know. Fuck my life. Well, I guess water going out should also make ripples, so... whatever. Okay, so let's then get that. Although, yeah, I don't want to dot it. Let's just... because it should be, if it's steeper, we should get more of this. So then here, we are saying... fuck was that again? Delta time. We're then slowing down the velocity by some amount. Pardon me. Well, by this amount, apparently. So water coming in shouldn't really... carry over. So if you look at all this water, it's coming in. It should be dissipating. Why is it not? Velocity IT, this guy is coming from here, doing the thing, doing the stuff. Excuse me? What if I didn't one minus it? Oh, it's getting gigafucked and then one... No, that's correct. Oh, this is just going to explode now. No, it's... Okay, interesting. So this is... Okay, what in it? This is dissipating the velocity everywhere. Right, down to 0. Whereas this would be multiplying it by 1. Or something close to 1. Yeah, this here should be, in theory... Well, I can see it even here, right? Flow wetness. If there's no delta time... Flow water wetness, yeah. Yeah, basically I want water to, when it enters the water, to make ripples. That's what we want to do. Okay, this is now... well, doing something. Okay, and that's because that's going in. Okay, so it is actually Yeah, this is where velocity is getting damped. So when water comes in, it's doing that. If water goes out, it should do that slightly less, but, you know. Something like that. This should do, like, yeah, big. I guess the problem is that the normals are a bit fucky. I wonder if I could do non-normalized dudes. So the dot is going to be giga big, but it's going to scale with the length of the velocity. This would be easier if I disabled the water ripples. It's a crunchy ass apple. Hell yeah. Alright, no ripples. Ripples are banned. Right, so that definitely added velocity. No, I guess we do want that normalized. Also, maybe instead of doing a sine, I should just do a frac. Because this would give us... Hold on. Right up to the edge, but then not the edge. Edging. If we look here... Oh, that's from here, though. I want it the other way around. 1 minus it. Like, no, what the fuck? I said 1 minus. Ah, right. I want to 1 minus it, then frac it. One minus, then frac, then into here. Show me that. Cool. Okay, that's a mask. So we want to dampen the velocity when the dot product is the same along here. So so that can fuck off. This is now our, well, boundary mask. Okay, so now what does it do? Why can't you fucking work, you bitch? Oh, wait, okay, that's working, but only when it's going the wrong way. So that means that the dot is... Oh, was I not fucking... Didn't I swear I turned that negative? Right. Okay, that stops when it comes in, but it should allow it to go out. Yes. Okay, thank fuck. Sorry. Cool. Sorry, I had a little outburst. So let's not do this by delta time. Instead, what we will do is do it separately here. Because the other one we don't want to do by delta time. What's that getting again? Water surface, and that's all. Maybe it should be a sign. I don't know. Now that I've like got this kind of working, maybe this would be better. Because then it can kind of... No, then it just... Yeah. Interesting. It definitely needs the hardness right here as it comes in to like really dampen it in it. Right, so then this guy... Wrong guy. Here it is. So that is... That's times 100. That's a bit crazy. Also, why is the wetness even factoring into the height? Oh, I know why. It's really dumb, but it's because I'm using the wrong one over here. That's... No. Your water velocity render target. You're doing your thing. Where the fuck is that? Water flow wetness. Ready? Oh. Water RTs. Water flow wetness. Some amount, do the blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's also going to that. Oh, right, right, because I'm debugging it. You fuck. Or am I? You're getting max the water flow, which then goes into the alpha of the other one. This one goes into the alpha of the... Oh, right, because it gets maxed over here. Yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. My bad. So that just needs to get added to water height, basically. So that it can do some rippleage. The fuck is this doing again? Oh, that's the wetness, right. Duh. Dumb, silly man. Yeah, nice, nice. Let's, I could make it just noisier. Alright. Oh, then what's going on here? Okay, that is because this doesn't have a thingo. Oh, bitch, what the fuck? Be afloat. So yeah, if water's coming in, hit play. Irandus, do you know how to do VFX like fire but emissive itself, so you don't need to add light actors? Sort of. There are some ways to do this. Maybe I do want to multiply this by delta time. This is velocity. Yeah, no, it does need to be delta timed. Yeah. It is doing what I want it to do, which is doing these at places. You can do it with Lumen, but other than that, not really. You could do... No, that's velocity dotted against the thing. I want to do delta time over here then. But does it make a difference? Not really. Yeah, you would have to use Lumen or some kind of global illumination method for that. You can add point lights to... what's it called? To CPU particles. But, yeah. Is that just where's this? This is right here. Is that a vortex? Or is that just a weird thingo? Yeah, that's a rippler. What? Where's this? That's over here. Why is that not making as many ripples, though? And these are. Like, bruh. Bruh. Time. Time. See, it's doing it even when velocity doesn't even come in. Maybe I do need a bit of grace period. Or I could do... Wait, why are you not compiled? There you go. I could do this times 2. Fuck you. This times 2. Saturate. Well, plus this. No, multiplied. Maybe by 4 or some shit. Just give it a little bit of unfuckery. Yeah, I just don't know why it's feeding back so much. I want it when it's coming in to make ripple. Ripples, believe it or not, you know? Like, let's just say I added some fucking rain or some shit. Let me just do this. I want it to, like, ripple the fuck out of it. I mean, yeah, it could just be that it's too fucking strong, but... That would be a very small... Where's that coming from? From here? No. Could you Whirlpool's Vortex with this system? Yeah, you could. You could for sure. I don't know. Maybe this isn't worth it. Maybe I'm just dumb. I just one thing I don't understand actually is why are there these velocity bits at the edges in the first place? You know what I'm saying? I could just do any velocity at the edge creates ripples. Not even worry about the dot. Because, yeah, the main thing is I just don't want velocity. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Maybe the velocity is actually getting damped a shit ton. Yeah, okay, that was fairly damped. So if I do that again, it comes in, then that velocity should all kind of get... Yeah, it gets gigafucked, right? It's like, it's pretty chill. Pardon me. So it is getting damped properly to some degree. So I think then what I should do is just... any velocity at this mask point. So this guy here, don't even fucking worry about the dot and shit. Let's just get this guy, current velocity, length. I can yeet you out of here. Maybe it's just that I need to... Hold on. So the dot is still all good. It's fine. The problem is that here it's too... So this is what we want to dampen the velocity. This guy here. However... we want to use a different mask, that being this sine, 2 or whatever. No. If there's any velocity at the edge, I mean, if we... I mean, yeah, again, it doesn't really matter. Okay, yeah. Let me do this. So let's get surface sine period 2. This gives us the edging mask. This gives us here. So we can just say if any velocity here, make ripples. Like ripples, not the usual ripples and shit. So sine to length of velocity. I'll bring this down. This needs its own... Oh, you know what? Fuck it, we can just set a dude. Then we need to do the noise sign. Noisy sign man. Multiply after the sign. Cool, cool. Then you get... You fuck off. Yep. We just want to get water height. Well, you just go into there. Cool. So, velocity... Where'd I put delta time? Delta time should go over here. Delta time. Let's do you up here. You here. You here. Much cleaner. And then water height into here. Wetness into there. Cool. Okay, so if any velocity in here, generate ripple. Looks like it's working. Yep. Yep. We get ripples here, we get ripples there. The one thing I want to do is to have like a minimum ripple velocity because there are some stragglers. And I also want to... I think I do want to max it. You know what, let's subtract some length. Minimum velocity. No, not even. Fuck that. No, I think even small velocities should do their part. Let's also... multiply this by this. So that will bias it more towards the front side. Cool, and then this can be really small for maximum ripple noise. Yeah, it's kind of getting there. But again, there's some, like, strays and shit. The other thing, I guess, is that the damping is now getting... like, the damping's taking effect. And then the ripples happen, so I guess they have to be combined. Let me turn the rain off real quick. This is important, okay? I know I'm getting really fucking lost in the sauce, but this is important. I swear. I swear to GOG. Like this. This is what we want. We want, yeah, it's flowing in. It makes some ripples. It looks cool. It looks cool, man. Where the fuck are we? Down here. The ripple's probably too thin. This is length. That looks pretty decent. I want it to slow down more. But is it gonna? Who knows? Alright, you flow. Oh, it's doing something. A little bit extreme, if you ask me. Maybe O2. Well, that's just for the, yeah, the kind of size of the ripples. The wavelength, I guess. And then this is the actual strength of them. And yeah, like if there's more velocity, there should be more of the ripples and shit. Oh, let's go open 3. More velocity, more ripples and shit. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Although I feel like, is the velocity still getting damped? That looks kind of funny. I mean, that's going really fast, actually, so I do think the velocity is getting damped. That is, yeah, like giga fast. The only problem now is that we do get some phantom ripples over here. But yeah, I don't know why this is happening, right? Like this fringing of like fucking weird-ass velocities. I think it's because I think we're adding gravity to the water where we shouldn't be. Yeah. Because I'm doing... Oh, I guess it's over here. Also, I wanted to just check if I do shit tons of water... Yeah, decent nuts. Yeah, so these guys here, yeah. That's water. Water velocity. Yeah, these funny little... I don't know what they are. I mean, what's this? Over here, we're getting some, like, flow values. Is that because we're not applying the surface hard enough? Well, no, because that's the surface here. Right, but we don't clean up velocities properly. Let me just do this. 10,000 here. Well, yeah, I think it's a combination of not cleaning up velocities properly and the water surface. Like, as soon as it hits here, we don't want to apply gravity anymore. If anything, we'd want to do it slightly above here. Just for a safety. But I don't know. Yeah, this is just little weird artifacts. Also, I can just I can just generate water from nothing. I think. Yeah, because it multiplies water flow. So that's kind of a bit... So, okay, we do need to... There are a few little safety barriers we need to put in. Oh no, that's this. This cleans up the velocity. Okay, so if this was 10, and then saturated. Or, yeah, it doesn't matter either way. So this would clean up velocity really quickly, where it's not supposed to be. In theory. Still get it at the edges, though. And I'm pretty sure that's because... Yeah. The gravity crossover. What if I just did, No, because water surface is pre-calculated. I could just do something fucking dumb. Get water surface. No, because it's... yeah. How can I do a tiny little grace period? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll figure that out later. Oh, yeah, the other thing I need to do is put the normals back in. So that this actually uses the normals to calculate stuff. Is it doing that now? Yeah, it is. It's a lot of water. It do be raining. I mean, that looks pretty dope. That looks pretty dope, no offense. What did I change to make this happen? Was it the applying surface? Yeah. Right, if I zero out the velocity too much, it causes some issues, I guess. Let me just move this guy away. You live over here now. Silly boy. Ignore that as well, it's a bit cursed. Oh, you know what it is? It's that the normals are doubled. What is... where is it? Get... Manage... Water flow. Manage water flow. It's because this was halved, but then I doubled it, so now we just need to be like, hey, let's halve the gravity and halve the target lerp damp speed. Per the normals. Now it should flow, yeah, more like crackedly. More like crack. In theory? It's like it's spreading... It's spreading too much. Why would it be spreading so much? It's not because of that, right? No. That's totally fine with it. Is it just moving too fast? Is it the overflow stuff, which was in projection? Is it this guy? No. Yeah, I just don't know why it's so... Oh god, what did I just... No, fuck. You shit, look. What button did I... Is that the solo button or something? I don't fucking know. We're on top of that pillar too? Yeah, that's kind of a... a little bug. That's supposed to be using a different material. So this basically says how long, or like how quickly should it. Feeding the high volume materials into an RVT with a degree 2D to sample from? Yes! Yeah, that's exactly right. So yeah, the height map and also the height texture as a slight offset to the height map. Do I just need to dampen this a bit more? It kind of looks like, yeah, the water's kind of flowing too fast. Not conforming enough. Now it's arguably a bit too flowy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to make videos about it, because I think a lot of people could benefit from it. More bug. I can't get the... I mean, that's something I... well... Why are they just disappearing? I guess that's too tall for them. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, yeah, this is like a really steep. Well, not super steep, but water does water things, I guess. I'm going into a tweak hole. I'm just tweaking over and over again. Fuck. And now we're getting feedbacks. Having an angled thatch roof or something into this testing could be neat. True, true. Although, because it's a... I need to figure out how I'm going to do that. In terms of, you know, I'd need to turn it into particles at that point. You know? Which is doable. I mean, that's something I want to do anyway with, like, you know, where water does things. Picture over the... Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think what I would do... I can calculate like a contrast, right? Wherever there is a really big contrast in height map. So height RVT. So even this might do it as well. So if there's a really high contrast and there is water flow, then do particles. Do some particle shit. So if water was flowing here and then went down this really steep surface, it would also do particles and hopefully look okay. Let me see what happens if I do water flow here. No, that would be 0. If I got this guy and did water flow to 0.1 or something. Right here. So that whenever I move... No, we're already in the thing. Whenever I move, we do more flow at the edges. Like lerp it towards 0.1 out here. That will just make it... It'll warm it up quicker. Two different fluids with two different colors met. Will they blend color? So the... What's going on here? Water and... Oh, because the wetness. Oh, the wetness goes into that as well. Oh, and that's not even fucking... What am I even doing? I'm dumb as fuck. Sorry, let me just try this real quick. Okay, there we go. So now it's saying at the edges, spawn 1 water. There's definitely a better way, because when you're moving around the map, this kind of, yeah, makes it so that it warms up way quicker. So that the flow is kind of already happening by the time you get there. Although it would need to be... Well, yeah, probably not that fucking crazy. Oh, it would be related to whatever the thing is. Yeah, but Bing, the thing is, I have a separate system for, like, paint and blood and all that kind of stuff. This is just for water. But the paint can move through the water, if that makes sense. So I think if I grab this, I can show you how the paint stuff kind of works. If it... it's not turned on. Hold on. Okay. So the paint stuff is more detailed and less, like, flowy, you know? It's more of a... I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, this essentially has R, B, and A channels. And then you can use them either in lerps or just as colors themselves, with A as the alpha. And they can all have different flow rates and different viscosities and different whatever. But when these reach a water body, they'll diffuse through the water. Or when they go into puddles, they'll spread out and diffuse through there. And they can also be pushed around by the water velocity in the water. Why not just RGB? Well, usually Vector 4s are more performant than Vector 3s in a really roundabout way. And the other thing is that it's just easier to do RGBA with render targets, because render targets always have, you know, they expect RGB and A in their output, so it just saves a conversion. And I don't think of it as color and alpha. I just think of it as 4 separate masks. So 4 separate paint masks. Because I would use mine for, like, blood, dirt, something else, something else. But someone else using the plugin might want to use RG and B for the color, and then A for the actual mask that tells it, you know, where's this material effect supposed to be? So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, not currently integrated, but hashtag soon, TM. That's funny. Little, tiny little stream, and then coming into here, and it's kind of cool, kind of cool. Alright, just for a bit of fun, what happens if we double the resolution of the water? Or the water sim. 1K. Whoa. Does it look any different? Well, the ripples are more ripply. But everything else kind of looks the same. No, that needs to be there. Why is this not... Oh, is it 'cause that is so... Max, submerge mask. Why is this... This isn't very, like, dark. This guy going through here. Saturator. Choose the higher number, then max against what that? That shouldn't... We're getting the color multiplied by fucking 0. Where's your goddamn thinger? Is that because the landscape height? Yeah, that's it. I fucking knew it. I just needed this to be getting sampled. Kill me. I was wondering why my scene was so bright. It's supposed to be looking like this. Okay, maybe not that dingy. Whoa. Ow, my eyeballs. Yeah, I don't know whether I want to do contrast or contrast multiply. Okay, so that lets it have a bit more variety. Alright, that's very blue. Ivor, sorry, I haven't been able to see the thingos. The YouTube chat. My widget broke. Yo, Almarath, the blood, where's the blood? Well, glad you asked. Wait, where the fuck did I put it? Where did I put it? Fuck it, I'll just get this guy. Here it is. The bludge. Well, part of it. The blood, the blood. Cool. Where did my water plane go? It's gone. All right. Now with all this shit kind of done, we need to, at some point, do a thing. Oh, and I also need to fucking tell the water resolution to just chill the fuck out. No, I don't want... an exponential cost. Right, yeah, so I want to do this shit next. This shit right here, where we're going to have the waves doing wave things, and then they are going to crash on the shore, and we then write to our water flow thinger, and it will kind of take over. So wherever the shader waves overlap the water surface, it will feed into the water flow, and that will do all the water flow shit that we've been working on. We do big girsting. But I think for now, I might wrap it up. Because I should sleep at some point. It is 6 o'clock. In Des Moines. So, let's see who is... doing stuff. Crimson is crimming. What the hell, Jed? What the fuck? It's like, why aren't you asleep? He says as it's 6 o'clock for him as well. You crazy. Because I'm streaming. I'm streaming and you aren't. So... Alright. Let's wrap it up. I'm getting really hungry. I'm a hungry boy also. Alright, this update is, you know, it's getting there. It's getting there. Imagine how many more sales I'm gonna have once there's a water system. Just kidding. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Alright, well, thanks everyone for watching. I might take the day off tomorrow to maybe edit videos. Because I'm away this weekend, so maybe it would be good to release a video tomorrow. I might aim for that, actually. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. I've decided no stream, maybe a new video. It'll be the Niagara custom module. Someone earlier, I saw a question or a you know, a chat message, and I forgot to reply, but they were asking about Niagara and doing all of the fancy shit, doing all the nodes in the modules and whatever. The video that I post tomorrow or the next day or the next day or the next day will explain all of that. How you write custom modules, why you write custom modules, what you can do with it, all that kind of shit. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you all have a great day or night. And with that, we say goodbye. 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 And to the special YouTubes,